Hello everyone, welcome to another day, to another stream, and today it's gonna be quite a special one because it's my first race ever at Qatar, and later on the first ever race on the new tyre model and so on, and I'm scared. It's gonna be fun, but let's see, I have no idea what to expect. I saw a couple of esports guys in the Peugeots and in the Ferraris setting absolute crazy lap times already. So yeah, let's see. I'll try to have fun, to get some pace going, and not to be too slow, and to stay on track. But yeah, anyway, should be fun. Anyway, thank you already for all your likes, much appreciated. And I mean, this is still the old tires, right, on the Peugeot, because hypercars and the LMP2 did not get the update yet. I think wait, my engine sounds are maybe a bit too loud. Let me know if some sounds are off, but should be fine. I keep putting the U in the Qatar, right? I don't know what I don't know why I'm doing that. I think in Slovenian it's... What do we even spell it in Slovenian? It's with the like... What? I think we say... Qatar? I don't know. Yeah, my apologies. I will probably forget it and still put the U in the Qatar for the next time, but eventually I will learn. Engine loud. Should be a bit more silent now. Headset? No, headset. Yeah, okay. I see. I think the engine sounds are a bit different. Like the Peugeot doesn't really sound the same as before. Daniela, that's a good point, right? Yeah, about the driver swap, I promise I know the track. I'm gonna nail it in Quali. The driver swaps and these messages are a bit weird, yeah, indeed. I don't know why does it keep popping up. And why is it showing everybody in the pit? Anyway, I just hope that the game survives, you know. And about the LMDH cars, it's a good question. It looks like people are now still deep into the LMH meta, or thinking that LMH cars are the best, and they might be. Although, for all these very fast corners, having a regen and the battery and the deploy on the front axle is quite bad in high speed, so I think it could be easier to drive the LMDH cars. But usually LMH cars have more downforce and better corner performance. Nice and safe release. So that's probably part of the reason why everyone is taking this. I guess this is all legal, right? No track cuts. Yeah, because LMDH cars have the deploy on the rear, so through the high-speed corners, when it turns on at 190 kph, it doesn't really bother. But yeah, when the front axle starts pulling in the middle of the long, fast corner, it just goes straight. It's quite annoying. So I'm thinking, like even for Quali lap, it could be beneficial to just turn off the deploy if the battery is low enough, if you can drain it enough. Daniela, I saw, yeah, if you cut a white line on the left or the right, you get a penalty eventually. I still have El Plan. Oh, I'm sorry about it. Let me turn that off. Should be better. Yeah, thank you, Joao. And thank you, Marvin. Yeah, I will need some luck today. I have only learned this track today, like yesterday I did some laps, but didn't fully click with it, but today I kind of started to understand it. And we have limited tire sets here, so I think one for quali, one for race. And here we go. Quali. This corner is so difficult, and this one as well. Just waiting for it and never know when to go back on throttle. Hi Jeep, yeah, that's a custom dash. I did it in SimHub myself. Quite a physical track. But with a proper Formula 1 front wing, those high-speed corners would be so tremendous to drive. 40.7 to open. Only 1 second of pace. I saw people complaining about the Ferrari bop. I don't really think there is much substance to it, but let's see. By the way, do you see any GTs? Think it's a Hypercar Pro private? There is GT, yeah, it's not private per class yet. That was terrible. Properly impeded. Lost at least half a second. Yeah, like I was just wondering, like, I was a bit hopeful. Maybe daydreaming a bit, because they said many months ago that ideally they would implement a system where you would have private quali for a class. Is there any gap on track to slot in? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I take all about impeding back. Thing is that I mixed up two corners. I thought it's the other corner. My brain! It's difficult to learn stuff when you're old. Yeah. Okay. Well, let that be the biggest mess up of the day. Sorry to the Ferrari that I have taken out of the apex. I think the tires are fine, kind of. A shame about that sector 3, like I would be able to battle for front row for sure. But this track particularly is difficult to learn, I think, because it's just so flat. All the curbs are the same, the corners are kind of similar looking, repetitive. Everything is flat, no bumps, no anything. It's... yeah, you just need more laps, because you get less references. Well, what do I do now? Wait for a gap. I'm gonna get that GT car in some corner. Anyway, let's try to improve. Yeah, Bahrain has a little bit more bumps and maybe more elevation change. This exit is so important. I'm gonna get traffic in the high speed. RIP. And nothing I can do about it. I hope I didn't scare him too much. Okay, one more attempt. Should have at least clear track. Clear of GTs. The rear is struggling already. I cannot get a break. Okay, well, that's it then for Quali. Pit entry practice. Oof. I mean, this is really good. Like, this is a better simulation of real life event than normal races, because nobody has really had enough time to prep. And then the traffic happens and it's all over the place. Nobody has really fully detailed plan of all the possible things that can happen. And now we find ourselves in P6 with surely half a second pace in hand. But probably most of people ahead also have quite a bit of pace in hand because they were impeded as well, or like got traffic. It's a bit unfortunate that we don't have the split classes yet for Quali. But anyway, should be a fun race from P6. Toyotas are probably a bit of pace here. I don't know. Let's see. Right, well. Where is the race countdown? Why is there no race countdown? Anyway, I'm just gonna click drive. Not sure if there's a bug or what's the point there. Ah, I see I have my overlay messing up a bit of the game HUD. Where to put this, like here maybe. Yeah, we have 4 new tires. Probably it's a good idea to change them, right? Really not sure how the tire wear works, like I don't think anybody knows here. Probably good idea to have a sip of water at least. Also, I have noticed, I posted in my Discord already, but I think the track temps are fixed, because before we got like 25 Celsius track temp in the night, and no, that was air temp, 25 air temp in the night, and track temp was like 15, much lower than air temp, because kind of, you know, thermal radiation and stuff. But now they fixed it, so it's more realistic and like the air temp has bigger effect. Anyway. Oh, Martin, I had countdown on the grid. But in the garage I didn't get it, so I don't know. And these temperatures here are a bit different than before. I think they have like different layers mixed in differently now in the measurement. Anyway, let's have a nice one. Outside the turn 1 is quite good here, right? Let's see. Wow. Uh-oh. That Peugeot that like diagonally shot across the whole start-finish straight was crazy. Uh-oh. Ah, that was a crazy dive bump. Had to make way. Okay. Into P5, survived, good. Had plenty of chances to die. Okay, oof. Forgot my battery at max. Meaning understeering high speed. Still yet to find the proper apex of the final corner as well. Joao, I don't know. And MD, I don't know about fuel saving either. Today the plan is just to survive and have some fun. No fuel saving needed here anyway, I think it's straightforward. 2 full stints. I need to concentrate so hard to remember what corner I'm at. Here we have the Ferrari pulling away as an answer to all the critics of the BOP. The Toyota behind is not overly slow either. Yeah, really not sure about track limits. I think they are just on default. This exit understeer is unbelievable. Now my hope is that the updated thermal degradation system... Wait. I started on Quali tyres, right? Oops. That explains part of it. Yeah, because... yeah, I mean, yesterday I messed up many times. Because yeah, I mean, in every sim, and most importantly in RF2 and LMU, when you escape you get new tires. New tires. But here you don't get new tires, you get the same tires as you escaped with. Yeah, that's what I forgot. So yeah, indeed, at the pit stop we are changing the tires. Yeah, Joao, I mean, it's probably not a bad strat here. And let others drive away on new set. And then I can defend the P5 and put new tires and have way more praise. I don't know, let's see. But the wear is quite high. Greetings, Mlondi. It's fun, it's exciting, but we will have to figure out how things work with way more laps. I don't know, gap to P1 kind of stabilized a bit. I will learn the corner eventually. One day. Yeah, Mlondi, I'm getting lost for sure. I chopped across him a bit too aggressively, I suppose. It just doesn't turn. And now with the temperatures in the MFD showing like different layer or different combination of layers, I really don't know if the tires are hot or not. I guess they're kind of in the window, like front left at least. That was alright. I can sense a dive bomb. Unlucky. Misjudged. Oh dear. Oh, the traffic absolutely wrecked me. I mean, in all other way than damaging my car, so... You really have to learn how the dynamics is in multi-class on a new track. You just have to try it many times and then you figure out where to put the car. But if you hit them for the first time and they're side by side, it's a lottery. And I lost the lottery today. Yeah, Jake, the track is alright, like, I don't know. I would have designed a different one. But it's not bad. Like, these first 3 corners are quite natural and quite good. Obviously these curbs that have been fixed for track limits are an abomination. This corner is stupid, like 90-degree right in another 90-degree right. Like, why just not extend it in a one long medium speed corner? This section is alright. Like a long slow into this weird long left kink into fast right, and then bring the car fast to the right, brake, and then like sharp apex into an opened exit. I like this combination. Yeah, in F1 car it's surely great. In hypercars that lack a little bit of a front wing, I struggle. Drive-through for P3, interesting. Ah, it's that corner. I keep mixing up corners. It's 4th gear, not 3rd. Alright. Refocus. These gravel traps. Oh my. This is indeed probably the smoothest track ever, which is great for like aerodynamic testing of cars. Ah, 4th gear. I cannot understand or remember. So I guess, yeah, I need 42 zeros consistently. The Peugeot front not cooperating. But Andonovski is smashing it in the lead. Gibby, I tried the Porsche, yes, the GT3. It's really nice. Finally a drivable car. Ah, the curb pulled me to the left. Ah, it's so difficult. Fourth gear, carry speed. Finally. One second of pace, that's absolutely terrible. I just need to match my PB and then I am on the lead pace. Now the NFD surface shows a combination of... oh, that's a Lambo. A combination of different layers, I think. It's not surface. Fast and then a bit slower and then even slower, and I missed the apex, but I stayed on track, which is nice. Yeah, Mark, there will be eSport at 8 as well, but it's gonna be LMGT3 fixed, but fixed setup are not working, so it's gonna be open. And the nose with 41.4, insane. I mean, he worked on the setup and learned the track for sure. It's the weekly, yes. And yeah, indeed, only the GT's got the update for now. Okay, it's gonna be 42.0. That's fine. Faster than the cars ahead. I have Huizenfeld sprints, so no active pedal. What an understeer. And okay, thank you Porsche. And I have the rumble motors on the pedals installed from Sim3D for a bit of feedback, but for now I'm mostly just using the brake like as a lockup rumble. The ABS is not really that useful on the brake pedal somehow. I mean, you get the info through the steering wheel anyway. I don't understand this corner. If you hit the apex, if you go for a normal apex, you're kind of too early at the apex, but if you kind of go for a bit of a later apex, you're just gonna miss the whole curb on the inside. Am I the slowest Peugeot on the track or what? Yeah, don't do that in endurance races. I mean, hypercars are surely not the easiest to drive. Very heavy, powerful, bad brakes. Good downforce, but not that much downforce. And on this tire model, the front is quite weak, and then the rear must kind of slide a little bit. Which I don't really appreciate. And as you see, I'm kind of struggling with judging where to put the front in high speed. It's just all over the place. But I am having kind of a setup issue here, I think. Because in all high-speed corners I'm just having cars glued onto my rear. Even though I kind of optimized the setup for high speed. So I have a lot more work to do. Although I don't want to work on this car until the hypercars get the new tire as well. I really wonder how much of that pace disadvantage that I have is just from the fact that I'm probably the only one on the old tire. Ow. like on the Quali tyre. Nah, that's not my battle now. Sprints with elastomers. Yeah, I don't like the springs. Like there is a preload spring in the horizontal sprints, but I just took it out. Actually, I bought the horizontals, was it 2021 or 2020? And since then they got like elastomer update, and I bought the new kit, and it's a lot more progressive and feels a lot nicer. Like pre-21 was quite linear. This is going terribly. I kind of fear that this race is gonna be the race of those who have had like alpha test access. I mean, I am in the alpha test group, but I have not touched this track at all, so never learned it. Again, forgot which corner I'm at. Ah, okay. Main horse ahead is also kind of figuring out the track limits on the go. The front doesn't cooperate at all. Yeah, you see how the rear is kind of just like going all over the place. Nice drift there. Dennis, I will fix it later. You know, my HbA1c is good, so I can afford a little bit of carnage on the blood sugar side of things. I keep forgetting this corner, I just cannot. Like, the pace is kind of there. I could be consistently within 2/10 of the leaders if it wasn't for lack of track knowledge of myself and main horse ahead of me. Actually, I really wonder how many of cars ahead actually remembered to change the tire for a new one. Or how many of them on purpose left the Quali set on. Oopsie. What was that track limit? What? Went green? No, went yellow, then went green, then went yellow, then went orange. Intriguing. Well, no more cuts. I really don't know if it makes sense to take all the track there on the exit. Because there is just such a lack of traction that maybe it's better to just V-shape the exit. Take the shorter line. The textbook explanation of if gap car. Oof. Yeah, I don't know what to think of it. I mean, I drove straight into his rear, so my apologies. But yeah, it's unpredictable when people don't take the apex. Or not carry the speed out of apex towards the exit like one would expect. Who's that? Ah, that's a lap down. What's going on with that curb? Sometimes it just pulls me to the left, so I cannot turn for the third fast right. About the LMP2, I honestly I think there is some update, but I really don't know what kind of. "19 seconds to Andonovski." Yeah, I think I have like 3/10 disadvantage to him if I do clean laps without traffic. So he has done a great job. Somebody took off the brake marker on the right side. It's just part of the racing line. Another yellow track limit. And yeah, there is gravel on the racing line, nothing I can do about it. Just drive through it. It's just bumpy enough to make you think, uh-oh, I'm gonna snap the rear. And then you straight the steering wheel and then you survive. Which is good, I suppose. Ah, Cat, thank you. Yeah, I guess... Now that you say that, yeah, I mean, the LMP2s should have the new tires, but nobody really talks about them at all. Right, P3, I think P3 is catchable from here. I just need to start nailing every corner. Not like that. And not like that either. It's funny because with all these mistakes, the lap times are kind of the same all the time. The gap's still below 8 seconds to P3. Time for some green deltas. Although green delta means that the tire wear is really not that great. Or that big, that heavy. And therefore a tire change will not really do that much. Oh, okay. Have not had that snap before. Thank you, kid. Enjoy your day. Yeah, there is indeed something in that curb that rattles the car. Hi, Kiran. Okay, well, maybe some 41s. Yeah, the leaders are just doing... I mean, okay, it's just on the nose, right? It's just Timothy absolutely nailing this race. And that's a PB. Wow. $41.7. Yeah, there is space. I just have to be less useless. Considering the state of my tires, I would assume that everyone will box for a new set. Proper Peugeot party happening here now, or before. Nice dive. Where is he going? Ah, that was a lapped Peugeot. Hi Chad. Instinctive, do you mean cockpit camera or my physical camera? And the Peugeot, I would not say it's the new meta, like it's a solid car. As I forgot how to corner again. This last corner is just so deceiving. FOV is 26 on my 40-inch ultra wide. And then I will check my actual camera position while at pit stop. I think the pitch is at default. But yeah, like my idea about the camera position is just to have a little bit of the left side A pillar visible. But to otherwise maximize the track visibility. Come on, why is that a yellow track limit? Anyway. I see the podium ahead. Do I have fuel for one more lap? I don't think so. Everyone cutting that line. What was that about? Anyway. Right, well, we are back into P5 here because Mainhorst has just braked on the pit entry. I don't know. Let's see what happens with the pit stop and how many change tires. Like, I think everybody is forced to change tire, except if some of them were really, really slow to save. That's a lap, or like a Peugeot from behind. Ah, now remember, it's fully cold tires. Why are the rears? Ah, the rears went up a bit because I have slided them out of the box. But this is gonna be very, very sketchy now. Very sketchy. Okay, it's not that bad. But again, so much more difficult to figure out if tires are up to temp or not, because we don't have the core temps anymore. Okay, so Should we be P4 now? Or P5? P4. Alright. Now I hope that McConnell ahead is on the Quali tyre and will be slower. Because we had just 2 sets for both sessions. Although he's not really losing any time to me. If you brake on the curb on the left side into the last corner, there is a great chance of a lockup for some reason. That's why I'm avoiding it quite a bit. But here it's fine. I'm setting purple sectors, wow. Was it the tires all the way? Because I started on Quali tyre or what? That's gonna be a fast lap, you know. 40.8. Okay. They gained quite a bit of time on McConnell in P3. But he had this traffic to clear, I guess. Focus, focus. just handles so much better than in the first stint, so... Yeah, it must have been indeed the issue with the Quali tyre, and I'm gaining time on the leaders now quite a bit as well. Great news. It was not me being washed. But let's see if this pace advantage continues. Again, I forgot which corner I was at. This track is so confusing. What is it with GT3s always driving in pairs here? Oopsie. Well, not sure if that was a gap, but it was a car. When you no longer go for a gap that doesn't yet exist but has the potential of open up, you're not a hypercar driver anymore. Yeah, no, this is now not how high-level multi-class racing should be. It was way too risky, but the GTs were also driving very unpredictably and putting themselves in a weird place. Like if you're a GT car and see a hypercar coming from behind, and you have another GT 3/10 ahead, you will not just park on the left side of it, you know, you will kind of go into the same lane to make it safer for yourself. Come on. A Lambo in the middle of the triple fast. Great. And suddenly it's a third gear corner. And my gap to P3 is back to what it was at the pit stop. Am I just so useless, or is it just actual bad luck with traffic every lap? Cannot really say. That was 2 seconds of pace now because of traffic. Anyway. Just need to focus. What is it with track limits disappearing and reappearing again? That's weird. I can get the P3. I'm a second faster. Crazy how the new tires change stuff. No cut, thank you. What is he doing? Yeah, I suppose it's just two splits, right? So the less experienced GT3s will struggle a lot and be still actually learning the track, so cannot blame them too much. Moving them off the apex like a bulldozer, yes. Wait, is it? It's a bulldozer in English, right? What is that about? Why did he park on the apex? Okay. Get back to 6 seconds. Oh, 5.8. It's crazy. Now, it really shows how important it is. What's that, fourth gear? How important it is to start the race on the correct tire. Because I have lost at least 10 to 15 seconds just because I was on the old tire, holding everybody back, and that means that everybody was just dive bombing me. And now I'm gaining time to the leaders even though I'm getting absolutely destroyed by traffic. Tricky. Yeah, like it's hand-picked and put exactly in the correct positions for the maximum lap time loss. It's just incredible. Absolutely incredible. And it's not just this race, it's like every race I do, it's like that. I mean, we have figured out what the psychological explanation of this phenomenon, but it's still crazy how the traffic keeps absolutely smashing me every time I do multiclass. Ah. Yeah, streamer luck potentially. I don't know. I'm going for the apex. But again, on empty track I was gaining a second per lap to P3, but the gap is still exactly the same. Come on, half an hour to go. I was actually considering not racing this track as well, but at some point I just will have to race it in esports, so I better start learning it as soon as possible, you know, so I just went for it. Forgot the corner again. Oh dear. I have commented on this already, so I'm just gonna be quiet. I mean, it is a very difficult track for navigating traffic, that's for sure. There is a great chance of traffic coming in a bad place. But make it 2 or 3 cars always side by side battling when you catch them in a high-speed section. It's just something else. The Niela, I would say it's like a neutral. There are worse tracks, you know. But look at the gap to P1 and P2. Despite all this bad luck, I gained 10 seconds to the lead in half a stint. time for some fresh track, potentially. Thank you. Much, much, much appreciated. And the nose with the he rage quitted onto the podium. Are they cutting like crazy or what? I mean, there are only 3 cuts available, right? Have to be very diligent with the track cuts. FOV 26. I'm happy with the podium. And then Andonovsky pushed from the lead, did the cuts. Instead of taking the drive-through, he becomes the greatest donor of DR. It's a 49 inches. Oh yeah, that's McConnell. He binned it. What's going on? What is going on here? Okay, I mean, I'm gonna very happily accept the 5-second bonus of gap decrease to P2. Yeah, thank you, Specs. Glad you're enjoying it. There is a little bit of a bump on the apex of that hairpin, right as you start to go on throttle. It just disrupts the rear a little bit. And then if you're not careful with TC or too aggressive with throttle, you just get a snap because of that bump, I think. Come on. Ah, hello Timo. Ooh. Yeah, don't overtake traffic around the outside, but I think it was a special circumstance. And here's what happens if you read the chat and drive at the same time in the corner. Wait, you swapped the tire, but you didn't swap a tire. Ah, that's difficult. That's difficult. Yeah, I wonder what happens at 0% tire, but at 10%, yeah, it's not great anymore. My understeer is slowly but surely picking up as well. Twelve to go. Why don't I get a GT on the straight? He gets him on the straight, I'm gonna get him in the fastest corner. But it's every time, like it's... I don't know. Okay, I stop complaining. Just let me have a little bit of... like three complaint bonuses per stream, please. Yeah, too much RF2 muscle memory is indeed a big issue for all of us. We will have to deal with it. It's so much baked into our muscles and in our brain. This sunset is looking really nice though. Yeah, I'm not waiting behind, I'm sorry. Again, he's gonna get him on the straight. Oh, the lighting, trackside lighting. It's just unbelievable. Of all the corners. But it's every lap, like, I don't know. You know what was the best tire I've ever tried? R Factor 2 Formula Renault 3.5 from ISI from 2012-13, before any updates. That was such a beautiful tire. Okay, like it didn't have much of a thermal model, of course. It was what's going on there. But yeah, it had you could overheat it, you could overslide it, which isn't great, but it felt absolutely fantastic. The car was beautiful. At some point we have to accept that the real-life tires suck as well. They are not made to be fast and fun, they are made to provide good racing. Is that Toyota defending, actually? Had to send it. I guess that was the best way to move over anyway. It was a bit close. Eight to go. Fuel is fine. Beautiful round sun that I saw it with corner of my eye on the horizon. Right, how to overtake around this track? I never really watched the race. I know around the outside into turn 1 is quite interesting one. That's the worst switchback in history. Let me empty the battery a bit, so I can run less deploy in the high speed. I lost the track of the corner. Messed up the apex monumentally. I think I'm really strong around here, the second to last corner, which is good. I don't know, he turned into me. Maybe I wasn't alongside enough. Was that fair, or should they have gone? It's hard to judge from the cockpit camera, remember? Always feels like you're further ahead in the cockpit. Bad exit. You cannot really send it into that corner because the apex is so weird. Here, I mean. Ah. I'm running 968 TC, which is quite a lot, but I feel like I need it. Strategically place GTs in every place where I could have a go. Sorry. That was move on the brakes. And that was move. Clean move on track. Oh, what a race. P2. P2 from nowhere. That was a very, very, very nice race. Let's check some replays. So, by my plan, I should be 1 minute ago signed up for the VEC experience, like the silver event, but it's impossible to sign up. So I'm just gonna chill a bit, check the replays, try to analyze, and then we jump over to the GT3 Imola server for the GT3 fixed championship, even though it's not fixed because the fixed setup don't work at the moment. Oh, thank you guys. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. Let me cool down a bit. Oof. I'm shaking a little bit. That was nice. So this is going into the last lap, right? No, this is not the last. This is the second to last, where I get unlucky by the GTs. This is into the last lap, knowing I have to go for it. A nice diagonal line. I don't know, it's like this snap is very realistic, like that's what happened in real life races. Even though I wouldn't say these tires are spot on, the behavior is really, like, really fine in some corners. Really, like, as one would predict from watching the real life 5K players. That's absolutely fantastic. I mean, this is a proper move, right? Like, I made him do a reactive defense. That's that's dangerous. I mean, he turned in, right? You could say he reacted to my move and turned in early. Yeah, you see a little. Is that from him? You see a little bit of lock-up mark on the ground here. He locking up a little bit. He has kind of a snap on of his own, but I was just a little bit too quick. It was a proper move, right? On the limit. And then finally some luck with traffic. But yeah, he messed it up, right? But I don't know how exactly. Like, at this point I have a better exit for sure. And then he goes for it into the gravel, dips the rear left into the gravel, and then he knows I'm gonna go for the apex. I'm right behind him. I'm even too clear about it, like I already straightened my car. I'm already pointing to this area on track, but he moved to right, and then he realized, uh-oh. And actually by doing that, yeah, that's not... I mean, he was still ahead, right? But it's still not... It's kind of the second move on the straight, even though this is not really a straight. But because of that, like, I backed out of it, because, well, no space. I brake, and he couldn't stop the car. Wow. he didn't really do much wrong, you know. I'm gonna show the first crash as well, yes. If needed, I'm gonna reload the replay, but just like this is very interesting. Maybe he was thinking that the Lambo will park it on the left. Or maybe he thought that there is no space on the left yet for me to go through. Or that he has enough time to defend, but... On fresh brakes or fresh tires, all would be good, but... this was good. Just gonna scroll to the end and then I find the previous one. These last two Ferraris got me worried a bit. But they were correctly spaced. Okay, so where was our prior incident? Standings, timing. Lap 56. Nope. What lap was it? Anybody remembers? Was it far enough? Behind? No, I don't get it. 55? Kieran, not really, to be honest. This was the move. I mean, it's just one of those very lousy moves. Like, I go for it, I'm not really long side, I brake. I mean, I think in real life that would have been on me, right? Kind of front axle, like on the turn in point, my front axle is not yet even aligned with his rear axle, so. And it's really a weird corner. But yeah, I made sure that I tried to straighten him back and to wait for him. I don't know. And right in time, it resets or turns off the server. I will reload the replay and just double check the start, because I think there is a lot to learn from the start. And Donowski and lagging. What an iconic duo. Results still generating. Yeah, let me maybe just load the replay. Where are the replays even? They're here now, right? Let me load and let me get a little bit of my dear insulin, because my millimoles per liter are over the roof. Hi Jack. Nice racing. Let me just turn on one light. All right. Of course, it always has to be the last lap. That's the rule. Right, so the race start. So it turns... Jack, did you have the new tires at the start and the old ones in the end? Like from Quali? Or what? How did you take it? Because I forgot to start on the fresh tires. I took the old ones, and yeah, that was not great. Yeah, Jack, I got one quali lap actually. All others were big traffic. And on my best lap I got fully held up in the last sector, so I guess it was the same story for everyone. Ah, you had two old sets. Copy. I just kept running on one set in Quali and then took the same tire for the race start. Look at that. Who's that? Lugassi. Never really raced, or didn't really ever race much against him, but look, that move is only possible because of the radar. Without the radar you are never doing that move. Like, look at the tiny gap that he squeezed through. Look at that. I mean, GG, you know, like, good move. But I understand that people get mad because the replays, or the radar app doesn't make it any more realistic. Tetris, yeah. And then 4 wide into turn 1 ahead. Di Buono into Timotei. Jack with a very big dive. Ow. It was Di Buono. Timo. And then turning. Dear Timo. Not great. I mean, I got the least damage of anyone, I guess, at this point. That's the worst, you know, like, you're leading the race and then you get smashed from behind, and because tires are a bit cold, you're just unable to collect it. What happened to him then? That hurts. There is nothing more you can do than to just... And then the GTs come, yeah. Nothing else to do than to escape, or, well, try to survive the next 2 hours of your life. Okay, but that was not it from my lap 1, right? There was some other crash, I think. Ah, that was it, yeah. I was before being safe, and then Murgoli is defending from cars behind, sends one. If I don't turn out of it... I mean, he's making the corner, right? So what was I doing? Could I carry more speed? It really felt like I had to back out of it. But from the replay, I am the wheelchair here. Everyone carrying the speed in, battling, but I am just a roadblock. Yeah, I cannot really... Oh, that was the spin. A very nice switchback. Ow. I mean, then again, sometimes the radar app doesn't really help people. Graphics settings. Yeah, I don't have really esports graphics here. Like, I try to use as high as possible without my frame rate dropping. I will show the settings. But you know, like, again, at turn entry he's not fully alongside at all. But it's just the nature of the corner. Like, the guy who designed this corner didn't really fully think it through. Like, this corner is so stupid. Why not just like make a nice smooth curve, like just like nice open white corner, or even kind of closing in corner that kind of turns into a very wide hairpin which allows for multiple apexes. And then a nice elongated curved exit. Like why do this really weird double 90-degree corner that is just so frustrating and just squeezes everyone towards the apex 2 times? Like, what's the point? It kills the racing. And then stuff like this happens. You cannot blame Jan even. Like, at this point he doesn't see him, right? He sees the Toyota from radar, you can see, but yeah, it's... I don't know. I'm not gonna blame any one of them. I'm gonna blame the guy who designed the track. Just a stupid design, like what? Why would you do it? Anyway. Anything else to check here? Not much happened, to be honest. I was just super slow on the old set of tires. Let me maybe just quickly check Timothy, what happened with him in the end. Just check his understeer. So he said he didn't get a new tire set. It's just deadly understeer. You can hear his frustration in the throttle input. Oh, that's a lag. That's the lag that Fabio was complaining in the chat. Yeah, Jack, supposedly Timo went to pits, got new tires, lost 2 seconds from the tire change, but the tires were actually not new after the pit stop, it was still the same old set. So yeah, the bugs are still here, which is to be expected. I'm actually pretty happy with how little problems I had, despite myself forgetting to change the set to the fresh one for the restart. At least there were no bugs for me, no crashes, no incidents, no big incidents, right? Just wanna see the rage quit. Yeah, that was the 0.75. He didn't lift. And then he had enough. Okay. Well, good race. I enjoyed it. Imagine lifting when you get a warning. I don't have to imagine it. I was doing it way too much because I was cutting all the time. Where is now the profile? I want to see the results. Settings, yes, settings soon. Event history. Eh? Where is my events? I guess we go first to the settings. Went to pits on formation lap. What is it? Red line iRacing tactics. 95% of the grid got a DQ or DNF. Not great. I mean, I wouldn't say Peugeot is OP. It's alright. It takes longer to warm up the tires. It maybe has a little bit less wear. But yeah, here you have my graphics details if that's it. So post effect on medium, FSA on max. And then this is my preset. Here this textures and players, if you put that to ultra, then your VRAM, like the graphics card RAM, is gonna be easily maxed out because the textures are big. A bit of special effects, no shadows. I don't know what I have shadow blur on fast because I have shadows off. Although shadows off doesn't mean that shadows are off, it means that they are on the lowest setting. You still get a little bit of shadows, so the blur actually does something, I think. Raindrops, So yeah, about raindrops, if you have that on low, then the resolution on the windscreen, on the windshield, when it's raining is gonna be quite horrendous. So I'm thinking of even using high, but need to test a bit more. And then a bit of reflection. And this one is important not to have it too big, because it really kills the FPS as well. No worries, Senalov. Yeah, Daniela, it depends on what GPU you have, right? I have 3080 RTX. I mean, at the moment it's not used that much. But I think I have 8 gigabytes of VRAM, right? I mean, here it's just saying the percentage. Wait. Task manager. $10 gigabytes. Yeah, I have 10 gigs of video card RAM, and it's getting basically filled up fully. So if I increase that, I'm gonna have problems. 3070. I don't know. Player, I mean, okay, player makes sense because it's only one car, right? I'm gonna put it on ultra when I have team liveries. They're in the making, being painted. Yeah, Ferrari at Imola is doomed for sure. Imola overall is doomed. You need the softest tire ever to have any chance. Anyway, I want to see my results here. Profile. I'm gonna restart the game maybe, because I don't have any races here. Now let me quickly turn this off. Exit to desktop. And relaunch the game. Yeah, Michi has liveries made already, but we still have to create the Rafa esports team in LMU and upload the livery and all the good stuff, right? Well, game is not opening. Okay, it's opening now. I think I need to fix my lighting on the camera. Now please work, because I would like to see the results. Profile, event history, empty. At least I have stats here, so, but no race history. Unlucky. Because I have gained quite a good chunk of DR from that race, like I would say, I don't know, 10-15%. I finished ahead of Gold 2 drivers in DR. Well, Marco Di Buono will be very happy after his spin and lap 1 crash not to have it counting, but do you not have a page selection in the bottom right? What do you mean bottom right? There is nothing in the bottom right. Page selection is just 1. Like, there is nothing I can do about it. Can I just check for my profile and judge? I mean, I think this bar moved a bit to the right, but it was kind of on 60-ish% before. I don't know. You have the same rig. Well, okay. Half an hour till the next round. I mean, I'm kind of happy I didn't make it for the registration for the WEC experience. I wanted to try the Lexus in that silver race around Qatar as well. But I've been streaming and racing so much that I might as well just slowly but surely find some pace on the new tires. Maybe give a little bit of feedback to you guys about how it drives. And see if there is like see the nature of the bug with the open setup in the fixed races. Because now if I go to car setup, it's locked. But if I go to tires, I click new, go to car setup, it's still locked. Now I click start driving. I click escape, return to garage, car setup. Now it's opened. Yeah. So I will kind of just load my setup, which is basically the fixed setup with just 2 or 3 clicks to make it a little bit more drivable. And then see what lap times people are doing. Right, 30 minutes to go. Just enough for a very slow prep. Okay. Let's see how this works here then. So Imola is a very, very low energy track for the tires, and it really takes forever to get any temperature. And the new tires are very, very difficult for some laps. I really like this small note here. Next event starts in... well, with the countdown. Come on. I don't know, Daniela. I think it's a mix of different layers. I don't think it's the surface. Or maybe it's like some third layer. Like, I know there is a couple of layers in the tire. Surface, rubber, core, and some other layers in between. And it would be really, really good to have some documentation or explanation which of those affect the thermal degradation and which of those affect the grip the most, although it's always a combination of different ones. Yeah, this is really nice, instead of the in-game chat spamming 15 to go, 10 to go, 5 to go. You know what, I think I feel these curbs a lot better now on these tires. Like, I think I feel absolutely every single thing on the front, like every uneven surface, much more than before. Like, I can feel, I could feel that curb on the left, and it's very tiny. Obviously I could feel it before the update as well, but now it's more nuanced, I think. Like, I can feel the details better. Might be dreaming, but it really feels very crispy. Did my virtual mirror flash? I thought that bug was fixed a year ago. It's the weighted average of the impact on grip of all layers. Yeah, that's great, actually. That's brilliant. So actually now, if the temperature window is like between 80 and 100, Dennis, you're saying that before the update we couldn't really see the grip level that well exactly, but now we can see it better, right? Like if I have 85 on front left, that's way more accurately predicting the current grip level compared to before the update. Also, Dennis, can you check my virtual mirror flashing? I don't know, maybe you can report it to somebody. These curbs are really feeling alive. Much more than before. And I can feel the grip very slowly coming towards me. Only 6 seconds of pace. But you know, it got a lot less of that really weird exit push understeer that the old tires had. Yeah, Daniele, maybe. Does feel a bit springy in some aspect. Or maybe has less natural damping. Track limits are funny at this chicane. I think in real life they were allowed to cut the first apex a lot, but they never really cut the second apex much. But what I can say for now is that there is absolutely no drivability issue on this car. Like, we had some discussions about how difficult the tires are to drive, but I don't know, it's not difficult. Just feels more predictable, like it feels easier than before when you're within the limits. But obviously, if you fully go crazy on the entry, you're gonna lose the rear. Even though before you could maybe survive it. Ah, I see, Daniele. Yeah, the tires are still cold. They just don't take the sideways force. So it's gonna be, I think, 7-minute qualifying, if I saw correctly, and 45-minute race. And in those 7 minutes there is no way to get any temperature into the tire. But Daniele, how, like, it doesn't make sense. You cannot, like, you absolutely need the temperature in the tire. If you do a slow outlap, you're gonna be 15 seconds of pace. Not 15, maybe 5. Would love to have softs though. But I really like the challenge of having only one set of tires and having to adjust your driving heavily according to the temperatures and conditions. Denis, how to remove these taken the wheel messages? This is super annoying. And it's in the middle of the apex. That's unlucky, Dennis. I hope they fix it. Who thought it was a good idea? Like, I mean, I understand it's good for development purposes, but like, why enable it for the drivers? Like, am I supposed to see these messages every time when driver swap happens or what? Really strange. Nice rotation. To be honest, iRacing has a really good messaging system. Yeah, to move the UI around, that would be very much needed. Like, if I can move UI around, I don't even have to use the overlay anymore, I think. Just a little bit of customization. Track limit. Brilliant. This and next lap will not count. Copy. Well, I have to gain a second and 4/10 to match the P1 in the server at the moment. Okay. Okay. Too much speed carried in. I'm trying now to kind of build up the heat, but it's really not easy, right? It's just gonna cause rear snapping while the front is still pretty dead. Yeah, like when you're an engineer spectating on a server, then it's fine to get the message, right? But if you're driving, then I want the chat to be opened, the message system to be opened, because it's useful in the practice and so on, and like you can chat with people and whisper to them and so on. But then when you have these things popping up and they are literally in the middle of the apex, like, how can one concentrate? I wish the fixed setups worked. Now Mr. Ferrari Sports Luke Whitehead will arrive with fully built setup and will absolutely destroy us all. Ooh, the cuts are very strict. Still feels like the grip is very low. Copy, Joao. I don't know, I hope I can get a P3 maybe here in this race. Well, Vete can be OP, but one quick patch and it's not OP anymore. Actually, I did plan to take the Corvette for the Qatar VEC experience, but unfortunately it was not possible to register for it in advance. And yeah, we indeed have the Corvette in P1 now here. It's really good because the new tyre has really changed some cars from undrivable or from very annoying to really good. Why is that a track limit? Was I that far off track or what? Felt like I had half of car still within the white line. Anyway, I keep driving. Not sure if I'm not pushing enough. Has the potential. Shark, what's wrong with Lambo and Lexus? I don't think there is anything wrong with them. Apart from the fact that you cannot do this championship, LMGT3 fixed championship with them because it's already round 4 or 5. But I'm thinking like after this GT3 fixed ends, I think I'm gonna start specializing in one car. That could be Lexus. You know, like Rafa Racing Club races the Toyota Supras, and Toyota and Lexus is the same thing. So we might have some nice liveries going. And I like the fact that the Lexus is front-engined. Well, I hope the lap times ahead are made on empty tank, because I'm not really gaining any ground here. Cannot get the temperature into the tire. Daniel, I think Nicolini will paint a couple. Although the painters are working overtime. Well, the ABS can still save the day. It does feel a bit twitchy on power. If you lose it on power, it really goes quickly. Maybe quicker than expected. Or quicker than it should. Maybe it's a setup issue. Daniele, copy. Well, I am not really dealing with it at all. I just drive and try to make content. Hi, look, nope. Qatar was perfectly smooth on the fixed 138 FPS all the time. Got scared by the car behind now. You were getting stutters. Well, I mean, I have kind of the NASA PC now, right? The AMD, the Ryzen 9800X 3D, so it must be running everything together with 3080 RTX. Hi, Aurelien. It is kind of very quick snap. I don't quite understand it. It really like aggressively snaps. It's catchable, but it's very, I don't know, hard to explain. It happens way too quick, I think. Splits are not working. Oh no. But I'm getting a PB in, which is great. 45.1. Well, 10 minutes to gain an extra second. And there is 3/10, nice. Ah, okay, I see. I think I wasn't pushing it hard enough on the brakes. Not Air Factor 2 anymore. You know, I did the very logical thing that every RF2 driver would do when a rear snap happens. keep it pinned. Keep it floored through the whole snap, because no lap time will be lost. Well, it's not like that anymore. I mean, my tires are the rears are now in the window. So let's see the behavior. But the wear is pretty bad after the spin. I don't know. I expected way more understeer because the fronts were cold and the rears weren't. But it felt like as if the rear is overheated. Which is pretty nice, because that should happen after a big spin. I watched a very little bit of Mitch's stream yesterday. But if I manual clutch, you're stalling, there is no way to... I mean, I have auto clutch, anyway. Right, thinking of what to do here. 8 minutes to go till the race. I will... it's loading cars. I will let you guys enjoy just a little bit of Corvette, and I will be back in 3 minutes. Alright, how does the handling look on the Corvette? All-time peak of players on Steam, that's absolutely great news. And I believe that despite all the bugs that are happening, it's still the least bugs that ever happened on such a launch. Okay, 5 minutes to go. They should try and fix fuel use on idle, but it's not about fuel use in the end, you know. It's about the fact that even if you use a little bit extra fuel, you still use way less than if you stayed flat out, while having a very little deceleration. Wait, it's gonna be 7 minutes. Quali? Which means that that's gonna be... we're gonna get 4 laps. And what was the fuel usage per lap? Like 3.2. A bit less. 12-13 liters. It's gonna be such a weird qualifying. It's 10-minute queue. Copy. Then I mixed it up with the wake experience. I think wake experience was 2 minutes practice, 7 minutes queue. And then we got 6 attempts. Outlap plus 4. Sorry, outlap plus 5. 18-19 liters ish. Okay. Hachemi, I don't really know. I didn't check, but you can check and compare. But I mean, keep in mind that you're not comparing GT3s, you're comparing LM GT3s. And LM GT3s are slower than normal GT3s. Less power, less downforce. No tire warmers. And stuff like that. I'm on the old tire anyway. I have 2 minutes to go. 200 kilogram. Wait, are they 200 kilograms heavier? I admit I don't really know the exact rules. Need a bit more TC, I think. I went from 7 to 3 on the power cut, maybe that's too low. Leave this session to join. Well, let me do it. Thank you Omega Slots for the like. And thank you everybody else for the likes. Much appreciated. It's a pretty big day for LMU overall. I hope people are at least enjoying the tires a little bit. It's a good tire update, but I mean I understand that there is always room for improvement, and I think the behavior overall of the tires on the GT3s is vastly improved to before. As my game is crashing or what? Yeah, Jan, I saw. It's great. 142.3 in Quali. We can do that. Well, that's absolutely brilliant. Close the program. Where is my task manager? Okay, it closed itself. Now please reopen. Finally beaten the release day of 4.7, and that's a big day. Really looking forward to what the future brings. Luke Whitehead, Thomas Lydon. I will fight for top 5, I guess. I don't know. I don't trust myself being too quick here. But let's see what happens. happy that it even loaded, you know. Was looking quite slow for some time. Start driving. Do we have limited sets here? No, it's unlimited. Now return to garage. Now the setup is opened. Now we can load our setup. And let's see how it feels. What's going on there? Like, okay, it's a Corvette. Slightly wet. Okay. Okay, that's exciting. So basically the tires will keep being absolutely deep frozen. Do we take wets here? They gonna reach the operating temperatures faster. Yeah, that's crazy. I'd love to see it. I wonder if it stays naturally progressing into Quali from here. Welcome to Imola, look. Darren. You know what? Let's see what happens on wets. Well, that's grip. That's grip already. I mean, wets have much less grip, but if you have them in the perfect temperature window, then all the grip that they have is actually provided. Le Mans Truck Simulator, yeah, I mean, have to rotate the steering wheel quite a bit to get the rotation going. But look, it bites. That's great. Instant grip. That's exciting. Yeah, let's see what happens in Quali. And if it stays slightly wet or if it goes damp. Issue is that if you don't commit to the slick tire, you're never gonna get the temperature in. But if it turns out to be the wrong tire, then you are... Actually, you can always box with 3 minutes to go, or 2 minutes to go. Just put on the wet. And set a lap time. But you're not gonna have any chance compared to other wet runners. Yeah, I don't know. What do we do here? Wets? Use the sun. Yeah, I could do that. Slightly wet. This is wet conditions. And in 10 minutes it could be a bit less wet. Maybe it's gonna go damp, but I don't think the wet are the wrong choice here. Let's see. Usually the wets are like the grip. We think it's time to consider dry tires. Thank you, engineer. I will not listen to you. Let me mess up the quali on my own. But no, usually it coincides quite well with the wets going above 60 or 70 Celsius, like maybe above 70 Celsius, and the track actually being dry. But if wets are still around 60, then slicks would be 45 and then they will have zero grip. The handling is great. And the greatest thing is that in the wet, the BMWs struggle with traction quite a bit, so good news for my performance against Leiden and Watts. Such a bizarre situation anyway. There is actually lots of grip. Hi Ducat. Purple. Stop stealing my purple sectors. But I mean, it's gonna take the whole quali session still to heat up these wets. 50.0. Corvette in P1. No cut, thank you. It's gonna be so important to be the last one over the finish line. The appropriate temperature for wet, I think 50, 60. No, okay, it went green. But I really did not want to lift there. I guess the timing is fine. I'm gonna start the last lap with like half a minute to go. Yeah, but I mean, it's better to wait, but it's not much of waiting. Like, how much can 20 seconds make of a difference? Well, 37 seconds. Let's see. Actually, I think the tires are now slowly getting out of the window. Ah, hesitation on throttle. Yeah, the fronts are overheating now. Gonna be P2 or maybe P3. Let's see what Mr. Simbego does. Ooh, improving, but not enough. Gonna be a couple of thousands. No! What? Okay, well, his delta was a bit funny then, I suppose. Anyway, P3 then. That's alright. Cannot be unhappy with that. Oof, what to do now with strategy? I am on almost default, yes, Joao. Just a couple of clicks on stuff. What are gonna be the lap times anyway? 26 lap max. Like 83 maybe, but this is mediums now, right? Fresh mediums. Just a little bit of a snack. Well, I think fuel is a very big question mark, but I think it should be fine. Yeah, timer for the race start not working, that's a bit annoying. And Ducat, about the team event, I'm surely gonna look into it with Jesper and with Michi. Although for 6 hours we only need, well, 2 drivers. But gonna be very good thing to stream. Okay, that's gonna be super sketchy first laps now. And I shouldn't go crazy on the rears because the wear is high. Oh, always Jan. Very, very useful. Even though the data that went into the calculator was questionable, but it should be fine. You can get an erratic driving warning if you swerve, actually. Anyway, let's have a nice one. Classic. Oh, the outside is wet, right? Good that I parked it on the inside. Nice exit from the Corvette. Seem big of flying indeed. Corvette working well for him. I don't like to see Whitehead driving away into the distance though. The rear is still very catchable. I think they used hearts at Interlagos, right? But in real life it really depends on what temperatures you are running in the tires. Orange cut, oh no. Leiden is coming for us. Go away, track limit. Copy. Well, I did cut it quite a bit. But sometimes it disappears out of the chicane. I mean, I need to somehow start producing some tire temps, right? But suddenly the track is faster. That's crazy, like how quickly the track suddenly improved. What's going on? How are the new GT3s? I appreciate them. They're better in many ways, although I can see and understand that there is maybe a little bit of a zone of the tire where many could struggle with it a little bit. But as you see, I can push it, I can slide the rear around, I can catch the slides, but I don't gain time from slides. Leiden is gonna put me in the position of kill or be killed. Why am I not having any acceleration? Keep track limiting. Let that be the last one. I think I have more grip and more confidence on the entries. I can brake later. But the Corvette can carry more speed than out of the corner. Ah, rip. I can brake, or actually I can carry so much more speed into Acque Minerali, but at some point it's just so much on the limit. Um, Rip. I lifted heavily. I didn't gain that much time. I'll take it in the last moment. I mean, Ferrari is good over the curbs, like there is no problem. But I don't think any other car struggles more. But I don't understand. I had one cut point remaining. I cut a lot more on the left apex. For many laps it was like 0.25 cut. Now it went from 2.0 to whatever, 3 was the limit in an instant, after I lifted heavily and even got almost bonked from behind. I don't know. I mean, I did cut, so yeah, I trusted the system, and I shouldn't have trusted it. But yeah, unfortunate. I mean, I don't know. Can that be considered a bug? Like, I didn't gain that much time, really. Yeah, now I'm out of focus anyway. And it's the worst track to get the drive-through, apart from Spa Endurance. Yeah, I mean, let's just take it. I am sorry. Was a good race till now. But it wasn't really in my control. Again, like I braked, I lifted, I braked. I couldn't have done anything more. And the system did not want, like it just went 1 point. Like, I don't know, how much would it be if I didn't lift? I understand that it's a cut, but like, how was it suddenly 1 point of a cut? Maybe I need to send the trace over to the devs. Anyway, P16. We have a bit of racing to do in the last hour, half an hour anyway now, so let's see if I can put it into top 10. Car without a rear wing. What do you want? Okay, well, I can be angry with him or whatever. It's just like when something happens, then all the cars seems to want to make it even worse for the drivers. Okay, anyway, I'm just gonna race. Yeah, Hachimi, I did cut a lot, but I didn't gain. Like, the game calculates how much one gains. Like, it takes into account how much you gained, how much were you on throttle or on brake at that time, how far off track you were. I think it's just the thing with the chicane. And the chicane is much more difficult to police because it depends a lot on the, like, on the trajectory, because the points that are used are like every couple of centimeters or decimeters, or I don't know. And then it's really not that precise when the corner is very sharp. Racing PCs, to be honest, I have no idea. Thing is that the track is a bit damp still now. Like, the Quali was wet. I think in practice we were able to do 44s. Actually, Whitehead is doing 44s now. I don't really remember, yeah. And yeah, I have only 1.5 remaining, but I don't plan to cut anymore. I was really on the limit before because I was just trying to stay ahead of Leiden and have a chance at the Corvette of Simbego. You really need to just go smoothly through the first apex of Acque Minerale and then just smash the brake and have ABS stabilize the car. In the release now they made track limits more strict. I mean, that's good, you know. It's always a bit all over the place at Imola and so on. I hope they fixed some other track limits as well, like at Kota. Some apexes were horrendous at Kota. Lie the Ferry, oh, thank you. Lie the Ferry, I have not noticed yet, to be honest. Would have to test. But again, we are going from wet to dry here, so... "5 seconds to top 10. Now the car is surely more sketchy than before, but it's just more pleasant to drive, more controlled. It prefers to stay at low slip angles. It really doesn't like to be overslided, which is exactly what we wanted before. This is fixed setup, but there is a bug, so actually it's open setup. I mean, I'm running basically fixed setup with 1 or 2 clicks here and there. Oh, another drive-through ahead. But I assume that Whitehead, being the Ferrari sports driver, has quite a good Ferrari setup for here. And about the brake bias meta, no, it's not. Or at least I don't think it is. It seems that high ABS is still good. But I mean, now I am like 49 brake bias and I don't want to really move it any further to the rear. And like the reason is for that is because the front is relatively more powerful than before, while the rear needs to keep stable. And before the update, what you were trying to do is induce maximum rotation in any way possible. Okay, top 10 is being gifted to me. Gained 5 positions without a real overtake. I wonder... So, like, at very quick direction changes, or like when the track has quick elevation change, or like a curb that pulls into some direction, it's... the tire is more sensitive to that, so sometimes it feels like it's just... the rear is just kind of wanting to float... not float, like just jump around a little bit. And I wonder... if damper optimization would solve a lot of balance issues. We will go for the side draft here. It's working. But I don't think he really wanted a big fight anyway. Luke was on 6 ABS. Yeah, I mean, I tried 5 before. With a bit more frontwards brake bias, and it was fine. But then at max it still feels fine. So yeah, I mean, again, this is first day. Ooh. That's the Mustang, and we go into P9. We will have to test a lot more. I haven't really done much driving, you know. I did short tests, short checks before. If you do just like a couple of runs of 5 laps, you don't really get the proper idea of how things work with ABS and brake bias. I said I don't plan to cut anymore, right? Here I am getting more cuts. What I'm finding with these new tires is that the downshifts and the extra engine braking really affects the mid-corner balance way more than before. Anyway, I wish I had the Luke Whitehead setup in before he says he's on the fixed. But it's just such a beautiful thing. He's on his Qatar setup. It makes sense, although it's a very different track. But if you have a stable aero platform and the car is mechanically solid, then it's gonna work everywhere. But what I wanted to say, yeah, like 1 year later, And we go from myself trying hard to make streams interesting, because there weren't really that many players. And we were trying to find players to drive together to make the races more interesting. Now we go here when I can try pretty hard and I'm still nowhere close to the leading pace, and I mean, it's in one aspect I prefer to be easy winning, right? But in some other aspect this is really good that the game is this popular. There is so much competition already. And to see ACC pros enjoying. RC will be down in 12th. Uh-oh. I mean, if that means I don't lose the DR from this race, I'm happy with that. But I guess there is a system that allows the races to be finished. I think the ABS was a bit too high for this moment. Yeah, I think it's still... Well, maybe now that doesn't really matter that much. We can try 6 and maybe brake bias a bit more front. And see if I can actually feel any difference. I cannot really feel much difference, to be honest. It's still fine. I mean, it's still making the car stable on the brakes, it's still preventing the lockups. Tilta is happy. So maybe there's a thing I can learn from it. Now tell me what TC Luke is doing. Probably still on 411. Into P8. I'm gonna try a bit less of TC. Yeah, the default is 777, but that really feels way too restrictive. People are really having a go at Mr. Watts in the chat. There is like this understeer, I don't know if TC is causing it. On the exits. You can actually rotate pretty well on ABS. I don't think you could do it before the update, because the frequency of ABS has been increased, so it's more effective than it was before. I think it's more pleasant on 4 indeed. Or like on 6. 44.5. I'm flying. I think overall the default fixed setups are pretty solid. I'm not lifting. That's 2 lapped cars ahead, right? The Porsche is lapped. Blue flags are a mere suggestion, right? I don't actually know how it's written in the code of conduct. How quickly you need to move over if you get a blue flag. But the game is obviously not gonna do anything, so cannot blame the guy. Jan, I had a crazy big cut point at chicane for no reason. I mean, supposedly there is a reason, but yeah, it was instant drive-through from 2 to 3 points, despite lifting and braking. I cut a lot on the right side. On the left side I was getting 0.25 cuts even if I flew through the apex. But on the right side it was instant, crazy amount. And I was really marginal, I think, on the cut. Well, let's see the replay later. Well, unlucky, but I did it myself, so... Wait, Manisha was P4, right? The Corvette ahead at the start. Alright. It's the first big moment for me. Toyota man, not yet, I think. Yeah, now one can argue that maybe the rear was too unstable, but then again, like, when watching real-life motorsports, you often see snaps out of nowhere in any form of motorsport. You can see F1 cars, you can see GTs having a huge snap. And sometimes they can correct insane of like slip angle at this at the snap, and sometimes it's just incorrectable. And in RF2 and in LMU I was kind of missing some kinds of snaps. It was always like going into corner you were just 100% sure it's gonna stick. And if it doesn't fully stick you will just casually correct it. But in real life you always have that fear that the rear will just go. You know, like when you're watching F1 free practice sessions, sometimes drivers go into a corner and out of nowhere the rear just completely goes and it feels like there is no explanation for it. And I was like, well, we don't have that in RF2 and LMU. We are missing part of the simulation. I think we have that part now here. And the front of the car does not like to eat up that much of big curbs like there at second apex of Acque Minerali, which is probably more realistic than before as well. Just feels a bit stiffer all around and less dampened. Martin, I know what you mean. I mean, I now have the respect for the tires. I'm a bit afraid in advance as well. There is some extra layer of, I don't know, not of fear, but of cautiousness that wasn't there before because I knew I can just completely overpush the tire and everything is gonna be fine. Yeah, Hyper, that's a good one. Yeah, Walter, I mean, the death here is the talent and the ego. When I stream and mess up instead of easy win, you know. No, but overall I'm just super happy about the Qatar race from before, even though I made a big typo in the thumbnail of the stream. And the quali and the race start and first laps were quite exciting of this race as well. So I don't suffer too much from the drive-through. On the limit. Actually, I nailed the fuel. Nice. Oh, drive through for the... Ah, poor man. Not gonna trouble him with too wide. But yeah, he has to box now. Well, I can very much feel his pain here. He's just not bothering with it. Kind of wanted to have a go maybe at P5 ahead if they battle hard, but they are too far in between. Thank you for the push. High TC might reduce top speed. That was the case in RF2 as well on some cars. Like if you had TC slip on 8, you were just having constant cut on the straight, but on 7 it was fine. Is that for position? Nope. And ahead the McLaren is not for position either. Oh well, I guess I would be P3 or P4 because Leiden was too quick in the dry conditions in the end. So P6 is not the biggest of the bad deals. Oh well, I'm gonna quickly check a replay or two. But that was fun. The big BMW preying on the poor little Ferrari. What was the lap? Was here. There is still the replay bug, where suddenly it just freezes to one direction. So, right, I mean, it's a big cut, you know, there is nothing you can say about it. But look, Leiden is following me. He cut even more, I think, kind of. Maybe... Like, if you see the red curve there, the triangle. I'm still kind of showing a bit of white. But he isn't. He cut even more. But I guess he just had less cut from before. And like, I lifted... Okay, the replay is a bit broken, but you can see from here that I'm not really going on throttle. And then it's just instant drive-through. GG Luke, nice win. This is just a bigger car, the BMW. I mean, the front left is fully on the yellow. The rear is sliding a bit, so it's not. But for me, yeah, arguably Ferrari is smaller. And therefore my center was probably 1 millimeter more to the right. Dear oh dear. Let's check the start. Like, I don't know, I was as far as the game allowed me here, but... Or what, I don't know. I was supposed to be here. But like the wall was here, the red thing. Or maybe I misjudged it. This was my chance for P2 and maybe to follow you, Luke, but I didn't have enough grip to go around, and then if I went around, then this would have happened. Understeer on the dump. Not much else to be shown here anyway. I just had a cut. There was like a big save somewhere, but I'm not gonna search for it now. Anyway, was good fun. I might stream tomorrow as well, while we have the updated fun things. I want kind of to maybe test the Corvette as well, and maybe the Mustang. Let's see what races are available. Oh well, if you watched Le Mans 24 in VEC, you saw the BMW getting instant drive-throughs, or actually stop and hold 60 for a cut, because there is a bug with only BMW in R-Factor 2 and the cut, so... Alright. Let's see if I even get a result here. Because supposedly it's taken down. Oh, there is a result. Plus 2.7. Alright. We do have... there is no championship results. Copy. Online maintenance. I see. Jan, it was a big fight till the end. Like, I only drove in the first 13 or 14 hours, and then my teammates drove till the end. In the end, the gap was like less than half a minute to the leader. We were P2. They made the mediums work, while we thought that the hards were always the way to go. I did even a quadruple stint on hards, which is unheard of for... No, I misclicked. Unheard of for R-Factor 2, but... Does it work now? We don't have any event history. Unlucky. Well guys, enjoy everyone else streaming at the moment. I guess there is many streamers enjoying the updates, or maybe struggling with updates. And thank you for all the likes and the chat and so on. Yeah, Hyper, it was perfect quadruple. I ended up with 10% on front left, which is right above the cliff. I really enjoyed that quadruple, but the pace wasn't as good as the sim frame on mediums, so in the end the mediums killed us. Well, mediums on that Aston killed our McLaren pace. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be down for maintenance as well. for the whole evening and for the whole night. So, guys, thank you again. See you. Have a great evening. Bye bye.